back. And then once you do, I will take care of that. All right, so we are now live streaming. So good morning and welcome to the last day of the 2025 evaluation meeting for the Non-Highway and Off-Road Vehicle Activities Program. I'm Karen Edwards with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, and I will be moderating today's final meeting. With me is a team of volunteers who are serving as evaluators for this grant program, where local, state, and federal agencies, nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations, and a special purpose district are requesting funds to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington State, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. Applicants have already provided written answers to a series of board-adopted evaluation criteria, and now these volunteers will have 10 minutes with each applicant to ask clarifying questions so they can score and rank project proposals, and the preliminary rank list will be made available to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in April with a request for their approval in anticipation of potential funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and grants available in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And we are going to go ahead and start with our first project, which is Northwest Motorcycle Association. This is their NMA statewide trail maintenance project, which is 24-2730. And I have, do we have Mark on, or is there, oh, yep, there's Mark. Good morning, Mark. Mark, if you, there we go.
Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Hi, good morning, Mark.
Good morning, thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'm gonna go ahead and keep track of the 10 minutes. Seems to be, enough time to get through question and answer. Mark, if you want to just maybe spend the first 30 seconds introducing yourself to the advisory committee members, and then a brief description of the project, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators for questions.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Kenyon. I'm the president of the Northwest Motorcycle Association, NMA for short. The NMA has been around in Washington here since at least 1973 as a trails division. Prior to 1973, we were more focused on just kind of riding events and things like that, bringing all of the community dirt bikers together and running recreational and competition events. But in 1973, we kind of picked up the natural landscape and trail stewardship flag, and we've been helping out with land managers over the years doing trail maintenance. Over the last, say, 6 years, or I should say 4 grant cycles, we have really stepped up our game and applied for some RCO grants that some of you may have recognized in the past. I know that some of the members here may have been on the committee for a while. So we're going to use this particular maintenance application for maintaining single track motorized trails in Washington State, both on DNR and U.S. Forest Service lands. This is a statewide project where we have volunteers and a limited number of employees who will be engaged in doing trail maintenance work across the state. We've got agreements in place with both DNR and the U.S. Forest Service. We work pretty closely at the local level with all of the local land area managers, like the rec staff and whatnot. Let's see, what else can I say? Largely supported, hugely, I should say, supported by our moto volunteers. We're kind of specialized in being able to get out to trail work and get stuff done quickly, because we can use our off-road motorcycles, get out to the work sites in a very short period of time, and connect the work that's on the trail, and then quickly return back to camp. I think that's it for me.
Great.
What kind of questions do we have?
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mark. We'll go ahead and turn it over to our advisory committee and see if any of the evaluators have questions for you. Any questions for Mark? Denise?
Hi, can you explain a bit on your the supplemental scoring for how you arrived at the numbers for the Nova Recreationist? The project will serve 250,000 or more.
Yeah, sure. A couple of the work sites that stand out are, for example, the Tahuya State Forest that's near Belfair or Bremerton. Gosh, I want to say that I've seen their DNR's own estimates at 400,000 visits per year. That specific location is heavily focused on motorized recreation. So there's dirt bikers there. And then there's also the 4x4 and the side-by-side, well, maybe not so much side-by-side, but some quad riding and things like that. While our efforts are focused on single track, that particular location is one of only 2 locations in Western Washington where dirt bikers can ride all year round. Most of the other locations have a seasonal closure due to weather and things like that. Other references are towards a study that RCO put together. It's actually a little dated, admittedly now. I think it was published in 2019. And in that study, they surveyed the Washington public and found that, gosh, I apologize, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head here or in front of me, but we referenced that study, and there was roughly, like 1 million off-road motorcycle visits across the state. Now, this is entirely across the state. One last thing I'll mention is that virtually every single trail that a dirt biker can ride in this state is and can be enjoyed by every other user group that's out there. So whether it's hiking or equestrian or mountain biking, they can all benefit from that. So that's an additional amount of users that will be benefiting from this. So we kind of use a hybrid approach of looking not just at the motorized users that will benefit, but also the other user groups that will be using those trails.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's go ahead and go with Nicole and then with Richard.
Hi, Mark. Nicole, representing Motorized. I do have a question on your education metrics. Can you explain your user education dollar amount a little bit for me?
The education dollar amount,
Education.
for the
Yeah, you
education
have
grant?
education and metrics, donated equipment used, 80 bikes. Can you explain a little bit more in detail about that?
Okay. Oh, so we're going to kind of collapse the 2 discussions into the one.
Well, isn't that the next project?
Yes. Yep.
Oh,
so
sorry. I
yeah,
looked ahead, I guess.
Yep.
That's okay.
We'll save
I
that
kind of
for
got a
my
little
next
caught off. I was
question.
trying to remember what education aspects we have with the trail maintenance. But worth noting, I will take that as a cue, is to say that while the moto volunteers are out on the trail, they frequently are engaged by the other dirt bikers, other riders on the trail. All of our volunteers have some degree of education on towards how to properly maintain a trail, how to ride the bikes to minimize impact, the importance of trail maintenance. And some of them understand a little bit about the grant application process, where they're I think one of the funnest things is being able to inform these folks while they're out riding that we're an organization that is using money from that ORV tag that they're purchasing, that ORV permit that they're having to purchase to go out and recreate on public lands. We're using those dollars to make the trails better that they ride on.
Thanks. That's great.
Okay. And we have about 3 minutes left and a few hands up. So we'll go ahead and go with Richard and then with Holly.
Good morning. I'm a hiker only, and I just wanted to say that I think your organization does a tremendous service for trails in the state of Washington. Aside from your historical role in the NOVA program, the fact that your people get out early clearing trails is a huge benefit for all users. Now, specifically on this proposal, I was really struck in your cost benefit about the extremely low cost per mile for maintenance. As you know, many other organizations spend a lot more. How do you achieve that?
So that touches on the special aspect of the volunteer in our regard with, and kind of why I coined the name Moto Volunteer. And the high dollar value comes from being able to travel a high number of miles in a given year in comparison to folks that are on foot, or whether that's hiking, backpack, foot, or equestrian. So, for example, if we have, I'll bring to light like a work party that we had a couple years ago, Billy Creek Trail, Billy Ridge Trail, one of the two. It's a connector off of the Mad River Trail, and it goes up to Tyee Ridge, I believe is what it is. This is over in the Entiat Ranger District. So that particular work location was approximately 12 miles from our staging area, from our camping area. So we had, I don't know, 15 or 20 different volunteers show up. Many of them were packing powerhead tools, brush cutters. Some were packing packable, lightweight packable trail tools like McLeod's, Pulaski's, etc. So we hopped on our bikes, cruised out to that work area. We were there with, in under 2 hours. We completed I don't remember, honestly. I'll have to guess and say most of the entire Billy Creek Trail from the top to the bottom was brushed out and a little bit of tread repair. And then we all returned back to camp that evening for, I guess you could say, kind of an early dinner. So the cost per mile benefit is we get a lot done in a very, very short period of time. Our Moto volunteers have, quite honestly, they traveled well over 10,000 to 11,000 miles of trail in a single year, a single season, maintaining trails. So that's out there doing brushing and log out and things like that. Hope that answers your question.
Looks like we are at time for this project, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next unless there's any last questions for Mark on this project. All right, and I am seeing none. So Mark, we will go ahead and move on to the Northwest Motorcycle Association Education Program project. For evaluators, this is 24-2737. And Mark, if you want to go ahead and just give the advisory committee a brief description of this project, and then we'll hand it over to them for questions.
Sure. So this the goal here, the goals of this particular grant are, there's 4 major ones. The first one is to enhance the rider's experience. So the folks that are out there riding the bike want to make their time out there more enjoyable. We could do that in a couple different ways. We also want to minimize the impact on the resources, and those resources are the trail, they're the adjacent resources. So we want folks to stay on the trail. We don't want them to go cross country. We want to improve the existing trail conditions, and so we're going to do that by providing some trail maintenance training classes. So some ways to, what we found is that with our volunteer program, people are kind of interested, and they get out there in our maintenance program. And oftentimes what happens is there's a lot of time spent training people out on the trail, so some productivity is lost. This program here has a channel for us to focus educating potential volunteers on proper trail maintenance. And then the last one here is basically to minimize user conflict. So when we talk about the various reasons why there might be some user conflict out there, there's a lot of misinformation or just a lack of understanding between our user group and maybe some of the other user groups out there. Who can ride where, who is doing trail maintenance, how to get involved, how, I think very importantly, how the NMA is partnering with other organizations like Backcountry Horsemen, a little bit with Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, to go out there and do trail work. And as a matter of fact, we're heavily utilizing BCH for our Sawyer training program. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mark. Any questions from Mark on this project? Go ahead, Holly.
Mark, I'm Holly English from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Welcome and thank you again for mobilizing your user group to give back on public lands. I'm familiar with your work. Can you describe the purpose of the sound meters as a purchase in the grant?
Oh yeah, so what's kind of an interesting thing amongst, I should say, the motorized culture in general. The motorized culture in general, some folks are pretty excited about the noise that an engine makes, whether it's a motorcycle in the woods or a street bike going down the road, or even your hot rod car cruising down the strip, if you will. I don't remember if anybody here remembers cruising the strip, but anyway. So the idea with the sound meter is there's two things. One is that there's a state law that says that minimizes or specifies the maximum decibel that a motorcycle can have while it's on the trail. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what that decibel value is. I apologize, but it's somewhere between 98 and 101, and I think it depends on whether the bike is air-cooled or water-cooled. So the sound testing equipment here is a way for us to show these folks that show up at these work centers how loud their bikes really are, and then we can apply just some general maintenance practices to their bikes, such as repacking the silencer and spark arrestor to make them quieter, and then we can then do kind of the before and after testing. So it shows how much it's been removed or reduced. The sound has been reduced by repacking the muffler out there with a live demo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions? Go ahead, John.
Hey, Mark, I'm just going to jump in and kind of echo what Richard just said. We really, as trail users, appreciate everything that you all have done and the amount of organizing that NMA has made, similar to Backcountry Horsemen and WTA, of getting volunteers out to do the work when land managers don't seem to. So anyway, nothing specific about your grants other than I hope they go through. But thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the ropes there.
Well, I kind of date back to the days when we did the fuel tax studies. So I've been around the conflicts of user groups for many years, and it's great to see this kind of energy going out to improving our sports. Thanks, Mark.
Right on. Yeah. One of my most enjoyable experiences in recent years was partnering up with Backcountry Horsemen on a 5-bridge multi-use trail project in the Cowlitz Valley Ranger District. All of the horsemen folks there were just a lot of fun working with and being around. And we also worked up there. I think it's the Ken Wilcox up near on Table Mountain. It's great. We're all coming together on common ground. I think that was the Washington State Trails Conference theme a few years ago. It's all about common ground.
All right, we have another question. Go right ahead, Richard.
I have a question about the in-field contacts. I think it's great that you're able to basically multiply the number of volunteers you get through your education program. I know in some programs, particularly the hiker programs, it seems to make a difference that some of the volunteers are wearing a uniform in terms of influencing the behavior of other hikers. I don't see that as an element of what you have, and I'm sort of curious what your thinking is in terms of how someone who's an ambassador, who apparently would look like any other rider, how they influence other people's behavior.
That's a good point, and it's something that's been on my mind for quite a while, Richard, and that is, so when we're out riding, we're typically wearing a lot of PPE, and some of that PPE is basically the jersey and the helmet, and then the riding pants. We have some conversations in place with various providers of those kinds of clothing to get our emblems on there so that we can, I guess you could say, identify who we are when we're out there on the trail. We do have a volunteer award program that's not part of this funding, but a volunteer award programming where we have the ability, or we've awarded folks with things like t-shirts and sweatshirts. And what's great is some of those folks really love wearing those hoodies while they're out there doing trail work. But I don't know, years ago I learned that cotton kills when you're out on the trail, so I'm not really a big fan of that. What we want to do is get those jerseys in place and things like that. So it's on our radar, and I do appreciate your comment about that.
Thank you.
Kind of helps justify my desire to go get them.
Thank you very much, Richard. All right, any other questions for Mark on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Richard, I'm going to assume that is a leftover hand. If not, feel free to pop on. There we go. Okay, so Mark, I think we're good. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thanks everybody for the opportunity to answer your questions. Have a good day. And thanks everybody also for what you're doing on the board. I know it's a volunteer position for many, and thanks for helping us keep it going. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mark. You too. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our U.S. Forest Service Gifford Pinchot National Forest. This is their backcountry and wilderness education project number 24-2670. And I have Camille Steffens. Do we have Camille here, or is there someone else that is going to be fielding questions for this project?
I am here, and I believe I also have Andrea Durham, one of my colleagues here as well, for any information that I might not be able to provide. Do you prefer cameras on or off?
If you have the ability to turn them on, that would be great. But if you have things going on that you can't, then yeah, that's fine too. So,
ahead and turn it on.
So Camille, if you would like to take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself and anyone else that you have with you here to the evaluators, and then just a brief description of this project you're requesting funding for, and then we'll turn it over to evaluators for questions. And just a reminder, we have 10 minutes, but I'll be keeping track of that time. So go right ahead.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Camille Stevens, and I am the Recreation Program Manager for the Mount St. Helens National Volcanic Monument and Ranger District, one of 3 districts on the Gifford Pinchot National Forest. This grant application reflects, though, all 3 of our ranger districts. We just divided up the workload and who would apply. We have 7 wilderness areas on the Gifford Pinchot National Forest. We have 1 designated backcountry area, and we have 1 primitive area tribal cultural property on Mount St. Helens National Volcanic Monument, all of which we are seeking to place wilderness and or backcountry rangers into these areas for visitor education and enforcement purposes. This was based upon about 18 weeks of work per employee, 2 employees per ranger district. And it did also encompass educational material production, multimedia products, social media outreach, and things like that to try and reach a broad range of users before they visit us to help plan and provide education outside of the field.
Great, thank you so much, Camille. Any questions for Camille on this project? Or clarification needs on scope of work? Holly.
Hi, Camille. I'm Holly English with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And,
Hi there.
Hi. I think one of the highlights of your application I saw is the use of digital media for outreach, trying different methods and media types, right? One One thing I know that might be challenging for you is the sheer size, right, of the Gifford Pinchot National Forest and the number of wilderness areas that you need to, and recreation areas you need to address. How do you plan on making the most efficient use of time to cover all those areas?
Yeah, when I wrote the application, my intention was to divide up those funds towards social media, multimedia outreach per district evenly, and then assign those to the employees working on those districts, and that they would be in contact with our public affairs personnel, media personnel, both at our supervisor's office in Vancouver, as well as our regional office in Portland. We have quite a few skilled personnel who can help shape that media for each area. We were going to divide it up though by district, knowing that we have 7 wilderness areas. However, we felt if we could have dedicated personnel for each district, we could cover now Adams Wilderness, Trapper Creek Wilderness, Indian Heaven. These employees handle those areas. Goat Rocks, Glacier View, Tatoosh Wilderness, Cowlitz Valley Ranger District's employees handle those. Mount St. Helens climbing route, Mount Margaret Backcountry, Mount St. Helens employees handle those. So we were going to divide the load up evenly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Brandon, go right ahead.
Hi, Holly. I'm Brandon Lester, representing the Mountain Bike community out here. I just had a quick question in regards to just the schedule of these backcountry rangers that you're planning on hiring. I'm just curious. So I've noticed they're going to be out there for kind of a 6-month tour, but are they planning to work like many weekends, holidays, kind of those busier times of year as well? It's not mentioned in there, so I just want clarification.
Absolutely. As with most seasonal recreation employees with the Forest Service, there would be an expectation that they would staff weekends and holidays. The exact schedule, whether it's a 4/10s every single week schedule, whether it's a hitch of many days, that will depend on the district and what works best with our existing leads and supervisors on the district. I know here at Mount St. Helens, I found that the regular 4/10s works particularly well for us. However, Cowlitz Valley at times has preferred longer hitches for their employees. That will kind of vary, but holiday and weekend representation would be expected.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Any other questions for Camille on this project? All right, Camille, I am seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate you giving us a chance to answer questions on this.
Thank you very much, Camille. All right, and we are now on to the Cowlitz Valley Ranger District for their non-motorized trail O&M project number 24-2747. And we have Casey Smith. Do we have Casey on?
Hello.
Hi, Casey. Thank you so much for joining us. So just a reminder, we have about 10 minutes set aside. It looks like you have the next 2 projects.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the non-motorized trail O&M project. And if you want to just take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to advisory committee members, and then just provide a brief description of what the project would be funded, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators for questions.
Of course. Hello, everyone. My name is Casey Smith. I'm the Recreation Staff Officer for the Cowlitz Valley Ranger District. Let's see. We, as Camille alluded to, as a forest, we decided to apply together, right? So this grant application for non-motorized is for all non-motorized trails across the forest. And I did split it between Cowlitz Valley, Mount Adams Ranger District, and then Mount St. Helens, their district too. The ask was for up to a 3-person forest-wide trail crew that could go and hit these priority areas and help kind of spruce up our non-motorized trails. And so that includes, wilderness trails, and trails outside of the wilderness that don't allow for motorized use. And let's see, that was about 300 miles of our highest priority trails. And so when I broke it down, it comes up to about 125 miles on Cowlitz and 125 on Mount Adams, and then about 50 on Mount St. Helens.
Okay. Thank you very much, Casey. Any questions for Casey on this project? Holly and then Denise.
Hi, Casey. I'm Holly with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and a former wilderness ranger on Mount Adams District and Goat Rocks. So I know this area really well. This is like pertaining to your needs statement, just trying to understand how money for wilderness and trails is budgeted, because it sounds like the money from rec passes goes to Mount Adams, but it doesn't go to the Cowlitz Ranger District. And so you're relying on RCO funding to make that, to close that gap. Can you explain why that is? and then kind of expand on, is it like without this money, essentially, will you not have a trail crew and wilderness rangers for Cowlitz Ranger District?
Yes. So, yeah, when we sell passes, whether it's the climbing permits or, like a day use pass or that kind of thing, the intention of that money is to go to where it's sold. So we try to make sure that the climbing passes and that money stays at Mount Adams or Mount St. Helens, whichever district raises that money, because it's a very important program, right? And that's why there is a fee associated to try to supplement help there. And so, yes, you're correct. That does mean recreation on Cowlitz Valley Ranger District. Unfortunately, we don't have a pass system like that. And so we do rely very heavily on our RCO grants that we've been very lucky to get in the past. Yeah, if without the grant, the chances of me having wilderness rangers or even trail crew members is pretty minimal to know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Denise, go right ahead.
Hi, can you explain a bit more about the years of, for the project will serve 250,000 or more. Can you explain a little bit more how you arrived at that number and what year those numbers might have been taken from?
Yeah, so we used our visitor use monitoring survey that is done every 5 years. And my brain just went blank with what year that was done. It was done before I got here, so I'm guessing 21. And if Andrea remembers, please feel free to run in and save me on the date on that one.
It was 2021, Casey.
Yes, okay.
2020 or 2020, 2021. We collected the data in 2020 and then the results came out in 21, I believe.
Yes. Thank you, Andrea. So that's the numbers that we were using off from. And we know that we have seen increased visitation even since that survey was conducted. Okay. And we can take that based on, we do have non-fee permits in our wilderness areas, right? And so we've seen an increase in those. And so we're using that also for information purposes. So,
okay, thanks.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Denise. Any other questions for Casey on this project? All right, Casey, I am seeing none, so we will go ahead and move on to your next project, which is the Motorized Trail O&M project. And for evaluators, this is project number 24-2749. And Casey, if you want to go ahead and just provide a brief description of this project, and then we'll get some questions.
Of course. So this project is supporting funding for our motorized trails. I know you just got to listen to Mark talk about how important it is that we get out and do some really heavy maintenance work on our motorized trails, and that it feels like constantly behind the 8 ball on them. The original, when we first submitted the grant, we had asked for a 4-person crew's worth of money to get seasonals and help us with implementing, basic maintenance and some larger projects that we'd hoped to be able to complete. Since then, we went back and we revised our ask and dropped it down to a 3-person trail crew. And then we also had the pleasure of getting up here on Cowlitz a trail crew lead, a PSE who had the writing skills and capabilities, which we have been desperately missing for a few years here. And so you'll see in our supply costs, we're trying to raise back up that trail bike program, right? And so we had asked for a little bit additional money in supply and less in personnel to help cover the upkeep and maintenance of pulling those bikes out of the shed and getting them running again. So, but yeah, this would be a shared crew across the Cowlitz Valley Ranger District and the Mount Adams Ranger District. There isn't motorized trail on Mount St. Helens, so they do help come and take care of our trails with us, but the main focus was Mount Adams and Cowlitz.
All right, thank you so much, Casey. Any questions for Casey on this project? Holly, go right ahead.
Hi, Casey. Holly again. I just wanted to address your project support. So in the cost benefit, you mentioned many different groups where you anticipate donated labor from Northwest Motorcycle Association, Off-Road Riders Association, several other groups, Lewis County Enduro Riders. I didn't see letters from them in the application, but do you have reasonable confidence that these groups will be partnering with you to provide volunteer hours?
Yes, we have a non-cost share agreement with NMA, and so I definitely, we've got Mark, and then Southwest Off-Road Riders, Dale Cooper. He's been a very long time volunteer and very interested in continuing and helping. And then Enduro Riders, they tend to nest either under Mark or Dale, and have come out, and they did project work for us last year also. So yes, I just was not successful in getting those out to them before the application deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Casey before we go on our first break of the morning? All right, I am seeing none. Casey, thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a wonderful
day. You as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, evaluators, that brings us to our first morning break. We are running a little ahead of schedule. Gonna look to see if we have Shannon on. I don't see. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and come back at 10:05? We'll just go ahead and stay on schedule and just take a little bit longer break this morning and let the next applicant get on time. So have a nice break, everybody, and we'll see you at 10:05. All right, we are coming back from break slowly. We will be starting right at 10:05 with Thurston County Public Works Burfoot Trail System Project. And I have Shannon Shula on the schedule. Do we have Shannon here?
Hi, yes, you do.
Hello, Shannon. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, great. We will go ahead and get started here shortly. We gave evaluators till 10:05. It looks like we are there. So welcome back, everybody. We are here back with Thurston County Public Works project number 24-2438, their Burfoot Trail System. And so Shannon, if you would like to take about the first 30 seconds of the 10 minutes and just introduce the advisory committee, yourself and who else you have here with you to help answer questions, and then provide a brief description of your project, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators for questions.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Shannon Shula. I am the strategic planner with Thurston County Public Works. And I have Ben Enfield here with me, who is the
senior civil engineer with our design engineering group.
He's the project manager. And then we had Ed Marson, who is also here, but he had to step out because he has a board briefing. So if he's able to make it back, he'll come back in. So our project is the Burfoot Trail maintenance and repair. Burfoot Park is located within Thurston County as one of our most highly visited parks in the county. We have a project that has been on our post plan, which is our parks open space and trails plan, and it is part of our capital improvement program. And so we have that on our project list to begin construction later this year. One of the issues that we found is, like, with rising costs, we have a deficit with the total project costs, and we wanted to create minimal impact to our users. And so this funding would help us bridge that gap with that funding so that we could do it in one phase, and as opposed to splitting it into two phases.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions for Shannon or Ben on this project? Or scope clarification needs? Any questions? Seeing none. Oh, John, go right ahead. Thank you.
Well, nobody else popped up to ask these two very knowledgeable people about their grant, so I thought I would just jump in. You made a comment that this is one of your heaviest used parks. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because I'm looking at the amount of use that you're showing, or amount of visitor use, and I'm just curious because you're showing up to 100,000 people a year.
Yes, and so those are basically approximate numbers. We put some counters at the front of the entrance, and so those are recording vehicles that are crossing over into the park. That does not account for folks who are, and that's just making an assumption. We're doubling that number, and we're not, so there could be more people within a vehicle, and it's also not including anyone who accesses it from the northern entrance or by foot.
Okay, well, that definitely explains, the usage of all parks seems like it just exponentially been growing ever since the pandemic. So, well, good. I wish you luck on this grant. It looks like a good one. That's all I got.
Thank you, John. Much appreciated. Any other questions? Comments or scope clarification needs on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Shannon and Ben, thank you so much for joining us. Greatly appreciated.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You as well, thank you. And now we're going to go ahead and move on to the Forest Service Okanagan Wenatchee National Forest, their Natchez Ranger District. This is their Natchez Developed Dispersed Campground M&O, project number 24-2704. And hello, Janie. Thank you so much for popping on a little bit early.
Good morning.
So Janie, if you would like to go ahead and take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to the advisory committee members and then just give them a brief description of this project proposal. And then we'll hand it over to the evaluators to ask you some questions.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. My name is Janie Pardo. I am the Recreation Staff Officer for the Natchez Ranger District. And my project is for the developed and dispersed campground maintenance and operations here on the district, which will support approximately 42 recreation sites. Our goal is to hire at least 4 to 6 people to help support that maintenance and operation, which would be providing services such as servicing the bathrooms, picking up excess trash, maintaining the facilities. And these sites also provide activities to visitors such as camping, hiking, picnicking, boating, wildlife viewing, and fishing. And we see a plethora of users, from the highly experienced camper that comes out with every toy available to the never ever campers that need to be directed and provided some guidance on their camping experience oftentimes.
Thank you so much, Janie. Any questions for Janie on this project? Larissa, go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Larissa representing Hikers. I noticed in your calculation for estimated number of recreationists, it looks like it's kind of assuming that every single camp unit has 4 people and is filled every single day of the year. And but also, like, I don't really know how day use people may factor into this at all. So I'm just kind of, I guess I'm not sure what my question is. I'm just kind of curious, like, how you got to this number.
So we have seen, especially since COVID, we have seen an increased use number of visitors. And the formula we used, yes, is based on the number of available campsites times the number of people per site times the number of days that site is open. We are fairly busy almost every weekend. A lot of our reservation sites, especially our group campgrounds, are reserved throughout the entire summer. As well as, visual observations at, the trailheads especially indicate that there's usually 1 to 2 people utilizing that trailhead pretty frequently.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larissa. Any other questions for Janie? All right, Janie, I am seeing none, so we'll go ahead and move on to what looks like your next project, which is the Natchez Motorized Trails M&O, which is project number 24-2712. And same thing, if you'd like to just give a brief description to evaluators, and then we'll hand it over to them for questions.
Okay, this project will support operations and maintenance on at least 170 miles of 4-wheel drive trail and 140 miles of motorcycle trail. Being centrally located, we get users from all over the state, so our trail system is quite busy, with one of the big draws being the Natchez Pass Trail. So this funding will allow us to continue to try to hire some OHV trail members to continue to hammer away at the deferred maintenance on these trails that, they're getting to the age that it's highly needed. And we do have a very supportive group of volunteers that also come out to help support trail maintenance. So this funding would allow us to continue to work with them as well and share some of that funding so they can help us get this valuable work completed.
Great, thank you so much, Janie. Any questions for Janie on this project? Denise?
Hi, on the number, similar question, the project will serve. Can you explain a bit more detail from your write-up and maybe the years the information was collected?
The information has been collected in an ongoing manner, and most of it is taken from visual observations of what our rangers and our staff see out on the trails, as well as what volunteers report to us. We do have quite a few groups that we work with that are always coming to us with, issues and needs and concerns, and providing some, they're sort of our eyes and ears on the ground out there, so they provide that information to us. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Any additional questions for Janie? Larissa?
That person who's making a comment, less than a question. I just really appreciate the effort to make bilingual signs that branch the language barrier. I really appreciate that.
Yes, it's one thing I've seen since I arrived here a few years ago as a definite need. There's definitely a language barrier, and many of our signs are in English. So my goal is we've already implemented that at some of our campgrounds, having bilingual signs already. So trying to expand that to all user groups is the goal, so that everybody understands, the regulations and how to have fun in a safe way out there.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Larissa, for that. Any additional questions, comments, or scope clarification needs before we move on to Janie's third project? All right, so we'll go ahead and move on. This is the Natchez Ranger District OHV E&E Rangers Project number 24-2705. And Janie, feel free to give the evaluators a brief description, and then we'll see if they have any questions.
Yeah, so this funding will be used to provide for the salaries of some OHV rangers to be out there on the ground to help monitor use, especially as the increase with UTVs has come about. We're seeing a lot of rampant use and a lot of new users that are inexperienced. So their presence not only will help the trails be safer by providing safety information to those new users, but also to, help deter use that is, not appreciated, such as damaging meadows, riding in illegal areas, destroying sensitive areas near lakes and rivers. So this funding will help support those rangers, as well as that need to get that signage out there. Our signage is definitely getting antiquated here on the district. The messaging needs to be updated. We're already working with Tread Lightly to make that happen. So this funding will help that project get completed.
Great, thank you very much, Janie. All right, evaluators, any questions for Janie? Good. Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, can you explain a bit more about the safety training and certification? Are you hiring people with experience in the bikes, whatever they use, or is I noticed that the training was up there, and then in the question 2, it seemed like you were hiring experienced trainers. So I'm just a bit confused.
So the goal is always to try to hire folks with experience in off-highway vehicle use. That way they are able to speak better to that activity with the user groups out there.
Mm-hmm.
But, we have to maintain certifications on certain things. So yeah, so the funding would go to support training to help my employees learn how to safely operate utility terrain vehicles, as well as we have an off-road Jeep that we use so that we can get out to the areas where the public is, because you can't do that in a stock vehicle. So, you know, sending these folks to specialized training to learn how to handle and manage these vehicles on varying terrain is very important to me. You know, that way they can also pass on what they learned when they come across inexperienced drivers as well. So,
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Good clarification, Janie. Any other questions for Janie? All right, I am seeing none, Janie, so we'll go ahead and move on to what looks like your last project, which is the Natchez Wilderness Ranger E&E. And this is project number 24-2765. Go right ahead, Janie.
all right, this project will be to support 4 seasonal education rangers that will be primarily focused on being in the backcountry, particularly our 3 wilderness areas of the Goat Rocks, North Peak, and William O. Douglas wildernesses. I see a great need to have them out there as we've improved our presence in the backcountry over the last couple of years. We are experiencing and finding that there are quite a few incursions of chainsaw and motorized use. So having them out there will help prevent that and educate users on how to properly travel in the backcountry as well. You know, some of our very popular areas like Dewey Lakes, Twin Sisters, all the trailheads out of the Chinook Pass Trail System, we get a lot of visitors to those. So being able to have ranger presence is very important so that, you know, we can be there as well. You know, when there are issues, safety issues in the backcountry, oftentimes they're the first ones to respond.
Great, thank you very much, Janie. Any questions for Janie on this last project? Holly.
Hi, Janie. I'm Holly English with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Welcome today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've noticed in both these applications that there's a strong need in part because of the need for cross-jurisdictional coordination and management, particularly with Mount Rainier National Park. Can you explain how the Forest Service presence in this area will help with cross-jurisdictional management?
Well, one of those areas where we see that need is the Chinook Pass Trailhead area, and oftentimes there's a lot of confusion whether folks are on a National Park System trail or a Forest Service system trail. So having that presence helps break down that barrier and helps folks realize, you know, the different rules that apply to each agency, as well as, you know, help them understand that, you know, we each have a different mission. But the ultimate goal is to provide for, you know, the safety and health of folks traveling in the backcountry.
Thank you.
And so, and so we've been working to better coordinate with Mount Rainier and the Gifford Pinchot and the Mountain Baker Snoqualmie to kind of ensure we're giving the same message and, you know, not overlapping and trying to operate more efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. John, go right ahead.
Hey, Jamie, nothing specific to this grant request. I just want to compliment you for the amount of hours it takes to put all these 4 together, and how thorough you did putting it together. So I wish you luck. I know Natchez, sometimes on the west side of the mountains, people forget the immense amount of people that pop over for the weekend to play, and you sometimes fall under the radar. So I'm glad and hope that these grants requests go through. But again, my compliments for all the work you did to put them together.
Great, thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Any other questions, comments, or scope clarification needs for Janie? All right, Janie, I am seeing none. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we are running early. I do not see anybody from the Port of Grays Harbor on. If there is somebody out there, feel free to unmute yourself and let us know. But we are running quite a bit early. We are giving our next applicants a call to see if they can join us early. So why don't we come back? How about a 20-minute break? We'll come back at 10:45, and then we will get through the rest of our projects before lunch. So we'll see you at 10:45. All right, we are starting to come back from our last morning break before the lunch hour, and we are first going to check to see if we have anybody from the Port of Grays Harbor here. We have been trying to get in touch with them with no luck. But I do understand that we may have our next presenters from the Olympic National Forest here. Do we have Elizabeth?
Hello.
Hi,
Alex has the computer. It says his name right there.
Elizabeth and Alex. Okay, great. Well, we'll go ahead and get you both started on your project. So for evaluators, this is going to be the Forest Service, their forest-wide front country maintenance project at the Olympic National Forest. This is project number 24-2533. So we're going to go ahead and skip over Port of Grays Harbor right now and move on. Elizabeth and Alex, if you want to just take the first 30 seconds to introduce yourselves to the advisory committee members, briefly let them know what it is you're applying for grant funding for in this project, and then we'll hand it over to the evaluators for questions.
Sure, sounds good. Can you hear us okay?
We sure can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Alex Weinberg. I'm sitting here in Quilcene. I'm the Public Services Staff Officer for the forest, so I oversee the recreation program. And I'll turn it over to Liz, who did the application.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Cusinelli. I work as a recreation manager on the Olympic National Forest, and I'm based on our western side of the forest in Forks, Washington. Our proposal for forest-wide front country maintenance is to accomplish work on front country developed and dispersed recreation areas to ensure that facilities are clean, safe, and maintained for the public, and to also work on a backload of deferred maintenance, such as installing new infrastructure, recreation furniture, fire rings, picnic tables, the like, and also to help monitor dispersed recreation across the forest. So that's kind of the quick and dirty summary of this project proposal.
Great. All right, thank you so much, Elizabeth. Any questions for Elizabeth or Alex on this project? Any questions or scope clarification needs? I take that as a good sign. All right, so thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. Doesn't look like we have any questions. Like I said, I take that as a good sign, so well done.
Sure.
All right, thank you both very much. So we're going to go ahead and move on to another one of the Olympic National Forest projects, which is the Education and Enforcement Project. And it looks like, is that Brent Freeman?
Yeah.
Hello, Brent. Yeah, so if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to the evaluators and provide them just a brief description of this project, and then we will turn it over for questions.
Yeah, hi, I'm Brent Freeman. I'm Liz's counterpart on the southeastern side of the forest, so the Hoodsport area. This grant is for operation coverage for education and enforcement in both front country and back country areas, Olympic National Forest wide.
Great, thank you so much, Brent. Any questions for Brent or Alex on this project?
I have a question. What is I may have missed it. What's the current coverage for E&E like service in this area?
There's not really too much that we have going on. We have some camp hosts that provide education. We typically have some seasonal employees that assist with enforcement, and then we have our law enforcement officers that do both education and enforcement as well. Yeah, and then our front desks at our offices provide education as well.
Yeah, and in the past we've had like a backcountry ranger program too. We have some pretty popular areas in the Buckhorn Wilderness and the Brothers and the Mount Skokomish, and so lots of nice backcountry sites. And so in recent years we haven't had much coverage there, and so we're hoping with this grant too we could restart that program back up. Through partner groups or you know, through temporary seasonal staff if we can do that next year. But we're pretty confident we can do that either through temp staff if that's allowed or through partnership agreements because it's really needed.
And is this a situation where you are having a lot of problems that you need to address, or this is more a concern that you need to get ahead of it and prevent future problems?
Yes. It's both. I mean, like the level of trash that we see in the front country dispersed setting is pretty high. Backcountry too, just because of the lack of presence, it piles up. Waste that's being improperly disposed. Folks camping in non-hardened sites like in meadows and stuff like that. Illegal fires in sensitive areas. And because of the lack of presence, it keeps growing and growing. So we'd like to try to prevent that. We have some pretty high use front country recreation sites all across the forest. Quinault is an example, Lake Cushman is an example, where because of the high degree of use, we really need to have that E&E presence out there to be preventative of some of these issues we're seeing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Richard.
Thank you, Richard. Any other questions for Brent or Alex?
I have a question.
Yes.
Well, not a question, but I'm pretty familiar with the area. I reside up here, and I can definitely confirm the lack of boots on the ground, I guess. Can you maybe explain on how this region is different from some of the others based on access and the shape of it?
Yeah, yeah, the Olympic is unique. It's almost like an island. There's one highway that goes all the way around it, and then there's these various arterial veins that head into various drainages that access some of these locations. And so it ends up being like kind of a tourist vacation spot because it does take a little bit to get out to. But the east side, you know, it's within day shot range of the Puget Sound area and the Seattle. That's why like the Buckhorn and Lake Cushman are so popular. And then Quinault, you know, has lodge, a bunch of different campgrounds. And so, you know, that place gets pretty hammered throughout the summer. Is that kind of what you're wanting to get at, Alex, or was there like a different?
No, that was it. Just because the shape makes it difficult to patrol and monitor and be everywhere that you need to be all the time with so much going on.
Yeah, I will say, even though we're like by acreage, a smaller forest, it just takes a lot, like you said, it takes a long time to access these sites. So having more boots on the ground is critical for the program to even be effective. Hey, John.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Alex. John, go right ahead.
Hey, Alex, I'm looking at the projected use, and I'm kind of referring to all three of the Olympic because they all seem to be aimed at 250,000 or more. How is that number derived?
I think we use the National Visitor Use Monitoring surveys that we've done in the past, kind of forest-wide, and looked at regional trends as well to kind of base off like a projection, a projected amount. So I believe that's where we got that info. Am I
That's correct, Caleb, off the National Visitor Use Monitoring.
Yeah.
So I guess a follow-up to that is, because you're really talking the east side, the west side, and the south zone. You don't have a specific count on those zones versus a general for the use of the forest?
Yeah, I don't think we have it granulated like that. It's more forest wide. And yeah, to be clear, these are like forest wide. All three of these are forest wide applications.
Okay, well, I'm not pulling it apart. I just knowing that you're spread out. I just was curious if there was a more accurate number, but while I'm on the air here, I just want to compliment you all for to Alex's point a minute ago, getting more feet on the ground and more E&E education. You're overwhelmed with the amount of people coming in. So, and that's my editorial comment versus a question. Other than that, thanks.
Yeah, if we're successful, you're more than welcome to come out and volunteer and help us out.
I'll get back to you on that one. It seems like there's another forest that keeps I think a forest that you used to be at keeps dragging me back. So anyway, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. John sounds like he's in high demand. All right, any other questions for Brent or Alex on this project? All right, thank you both so much. Brent, it looks like you have the next one as well. I do see that we have Alyssa for the Port of Grays Harbor. So Alyssa, will probably get to you right about your scheduled time. We're gonna go ahead and go right into the next Olympic National Forest Project, which is the Forest Trail Maintenance Project number 24-2530. And yeah, go right ahead and give evaluators a brief description of the project, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Yeah, so this one again is forest wide, Olympic National Forest wide. This is operational trail maintenance coverage. And then these positions would work closely with, we have a bunch of highly dedicated partners, volunteers on the peninsula. So these positions would be improving those partnerships, backing them up. We've been a bit lax on that in the past, so we'd like to give more support. And then also those trails that aren't covered by partners just aren't getting worked on at all right now. So giving a bottom line of maintenance coverage to all of our trails.
All right, thank you very much. Looks like we've got Sam. Go right ahead.
Hi there. Just I wanted to note the $150,000 in donated labor from WTA. That's really impressive. And obviously there's a need here with no dedicated maintenance staff. I had a question on the metrics. I'm looking in Prism and it references 470 miles of maintenance needed. And then it looks like you're sort of committing to 290 plus miles. Where's that 470 miles come from? Is that the actual need and you're only committing to 300, which is an impressive number by itself? Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I think that sounds like I filled in the metrics a bit weird. I think the way I was reading it is that some of the trails get worked multiple times. And so the way I filled that out, maybe it counted those miles twice, some of them. Because I remember seeing that as I was filling it out. But yeah, it's only 290 miles, I believe, is our total mileage.
Great. And one more follow-up on the 80 miles of trails that are considered backlog. If you're successful with receiving this grant from RCO, what's your best estimate on how much of the backlog maintenance you can reduce coming into the following grant round? Is it going to get down to 40 60. I know a lot of that's dependent on storms and blowdown and other sort of things you might not anticipate. So best guess is fine. Just curious what that looks like.
What did you say? 80 that's deferred? Is that
Yeah.
was that the number? I would say I don't think it's unreasonable to say we could address the majority of that within this next 2 years. For reference, the Ole hasn't had like a lot of trail investment in the near or even like somewhat distant past. So having like this level of financial support and boots on the ground and funneling it to partnerships and capacity, we already have like really skilled volunteers. So if we could continue to build off of that and add more capacity, I think we could realistically address the majority of that within the next 2 years. But like you said, storms happen. It's a rainforest, huge trees. We have like these huge catastrophic like flooding events that could take out an entire portion of trail. So I guess it just kind of all depends. Like we might be able to address that this next cycle, but then it might just pop up again, in another form within 2 years, if that makes sense. Like in Colonel Bob, for instance, like you hike one of those trails on the west side and there'll be a tree down that's like 8-foot diameter, which, it's like you got to bring in a lot of resources to address that and that's a stock trail, right? So like it's pretty tricky out here because of that.
Thanks, Alex. That all makes sense. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam. Any other questions on this project or scope clarification needs? All right, I am seeing none. Brent, Alex, thank you both so much for joining us, and thank you for joining us early.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
All right,
Everyone.
thank you. All right, next up, we have got Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. Thank you very much. Or am I pronouncing that correctly?
You are pronouncing it correctly. Thank you. And
Great.
I'm just trying to get my camera working here. One moment.
No worries. While you're doing that, Alyssa, I'll go ahead and just introduce your project. So for evaluators, this is the Port of Grace Harbor. This is their Sterling Landing Trailhead Improvement Project number 24-2649. So we'll go back to that project. And then Alyssa, just a reminder, we have 10 minutes set aside for questions, but if you want to take the first 30 seconds or so to introduce yourself to evaluators and provide a brief description of the project, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators to ask you some questions. Are you there, Alyssa? Are you there, Alyssa? Oh, hi.
I'm here. Okay, can you see me?
Yes, I sure can. Did you hear me, Alyssa? I can certainly repeat myself. It looks like you might have dropped off there for a second.
Okay.
But
I
if
didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you want to we've got 10 minutes set aside, and if I'm keeping track of time, if you want to spend maybe the first 30 seconds just introducing yourself to the advisory committee members, and then just giving them a brief description of this project, and then we'll hand it over to them to ask you questions.
Sounds good. Well, my name is Alyssa Shea. I'm the general manager of the Port's Satsip Business Park. So I manage our business park as well as our 2 recreational properties in the eastern part of Grace Harbor County, and that would be Friends Landing and Sterling Landing. This project is to help enhance our Sterling Landing property, which is in just outside of Montesano on the Wainuchi River. And it is a primitive site that provides our mission of waterfront public access. So we are hoping to enhance that for fishing and walking access, and looking forward to answering your questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Alyssa. All right. Any questions for Alyssa on this project?
Yeah, hi, Alyssa. My name's Trip Williams. I'm representing the hiking community. I mean, this question isn't unique to this project, but I am curious because you're still in, it sounds like planning phase, and you have a cost estimate you've laid out here for completing the project. I'm just curious how you've thought about managing future cost increases from inflation and things, and whether or not you're confident you'd be able to actually maintain the budget that you've articulated here.
Yeah, we have a project and contract manager at the port, and he put together these cost estimates for us, and they do include contingencies for inflation. So that has been included.
Great. Thank you for that question, Trip. Any additional questions? Or needs for clarification on the scope for this project? All right, Alyssa, I am seeing no additional questions.
Oh, I see more. I see four hands on my screen.
I am so sorry. For whatever reason, the hands are not showing up on my screen. All right, so let me go over here to our attendance. Oh, okay, so it looks like, my apologies, we have Larissa, John, and then Holly.
I'm curious about what your process is for picking an engineer to start working on this project. Like, do you do bids, or do you kind of have an idea in mind of who would be a good fit? Yeah.
For an engineer, we just go by the public process. So we go through MRSC rosters usually for engineer selection, and that's what we utilize. So it'll be based upon qualifications to complete a project that would be similar, or we'll have some specific needs. I don't anticipate a huge amount of engineering for this project. Some permitting, which we'll probably do in-house. We have a director of environmental services who does that for us. So yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Larissa. All right. John, did you have a question? I had John and then Holly.
I do. Alyssa, you mentioned that this is a primitive site and it's in your grant as well. Do you have any idea of, one, the cost once the planning is done, but two, who's going to fund it? The development.
The cost of, can you clarify what do you mean for the cost?
Okay, so
the cost of what?
Assuming that the planning grant goes through, the next phase is going to be the development of the plan. Has anybody put a number to what that development, the cost would be to develop that primitive site?
Oh, so actually, I just want to clarify. We had originally had this grant as a planning grant, and then we switched it over to development. So the cost you're seeing should be for the project itself to develop it. The engineering and such is very minimal on this. It's the cost that we've got, the $223,000, that's to complete the actual project, to put trails in, to put fence in, and to do the other project components that we list.
I appreciate the clarification because I, for some reason, had this as a planning grant.
Okay, yeah. So this is actually where this project will be built with the money, and the planning portion of it is very minor and compared to the actual construction. The second part of your question, to who funds it, we just fund this site already, the operations and maintenance of it out of our net revenues we receive from our marine terminal and industrial property operations. Those are the primary revenues that we receive at the port, and then net revenues basically cover the cost because this site does not generate revenue for us.
Okay, we greatly appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, John. Good clarification, Alyssa. Holly, go right ahead.
Hi, Alyssa. I'm Holly with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. I think this is a really interesting project because it's improving user accessibility to the water and for opportunities for fishing and wildlife viewing. You note some public safety issues, and so can you just expand on how this project will address public safety issues and enhance the user experience?
Yeah, so right now, there is a gate at the entrance to the property and really no other improvements. There's a gravel parking lot that's existing, but what we find is an issue that impacts our users is that one, the riparian areas are very attractive for off-roading. And the river bar is very attractive for our young people who'd like to get out in the evenings and have a nice time. And that impacts our fishing community with garbage and just basically destroying those riparian areas. So our goal is to put up this fence to block vehicle access to the riparian areas, install a gate that we can close at dusk and open at dawn, because we think a lot of problems are occurring after dark and we want to close that off. And so that my hope is that will really mitigate a lot of the abuse of the property we're seeing, and expand our users who we've had some safety issues out there. We want our users to feel safe and know that this is a property that's managed and monitored, and hopefully some of those improvements will add to that.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question, do you foresee this as continuing to be a free public access opportunity, or do you see fees levied in the future?
Yes, I foresee it being free. I don't foresee any fees in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Holly. Any other questions for Alyssa for this project? Alex?
Yeah, is this location currently closed right now or is it open?
It is open. We did close it for a brief time when we had a safety incident out there. We actually had a shooting, and we closed it for a brief period of time until things kind of settled down. And then we reopened it on October 1st, I think it was, to make sure we were in time for steelhead fishing. And we intend to keep it open. And again, just want to try to mitigate some of those public safety issues that we're seeing by this project, but we have no intention of closing it again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. All right, any additional questions for Alyssa? All right, I am seeing none. Alyssa, thank you so much for joining us. And it looks like you joined us from the road, so thank you.
I did, and I pulled over when I got the call from Brian, so I was on my way to my office, but sorry about that. So anyway, thank you. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Alyssa, and Brian, thank you so much for getting in touch with Alyssa. All right, thank you all so much. That was our last project before the lunch hour, so we are running quite a bit early again today. We're going to go ahead and come back. It looks like our afternoon is going to be spent with Department of Natural Resources. Those are the rest of our projects, and we will go ahead and start right on time at 12:50. So we do have a longer lunch again today, and we'll see you all back. Have a great lunch. We'll see you back at 12:50. Good afternoon, everybody. As evaluators are coming back online, I'd just like to welcome everybody back. This is our last day of 2025 evaluations for the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program. We're going to be finishing up with a question and answer period for a series of projects from Department of Natural Resources this afternoon. And just as a reminder, we are here with our volunteers who are serving as evaluators in this grant category. And this is where state, local, and federal agencies, nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations, and we have a special purpose district that's requesting funds to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington State, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. These applicants have already provided written answers to a series of board-adopted evaluation criteria, and now these volunteers will have 10 minutes with each of these applicants to ask them clarifying questions so they can score and rank project proposals, and the preliminary rank lists will be made available to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in April with a request for their approval in anticipation of potential funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office grant programs for recreation in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And as a reminder, I'm Karen Edwards. I am your moderator today, and we are going to go ahead and move on to Department of Natural Resources Capital Forest Education and Enforcement Project. This is project number 24-2245. And who do we have? Margaret, I saw you pop your camera on.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I am here today.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Just a reminder, we have 10 minutes set aside for this project. Evaluators should all be back. So if you want to take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to evaluators, give them a brief description of what this project does, and then we'll hand it over to evaluators to ask you questions.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm Margaret Begley with Washington State Department of Natural Resources. I am representing Capital State Forest today, and I do have my two current education and enforcement wardens with me today, should there be any questions. Our project that we are proposing is for 1.5 wardens to patrol our 100,000 acre state forest. We patrol campgrounds, 176 miles of roads, and 8 trailheads. So funding will provide the ability for wardens to patrol the area. All of the areas work with Forest Watch program, develop that program of volunteers, and also work and help support police services. Police services will in turn help and support our wardens. So with that, I will let you all ask as many questions as you like.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Margaret. Any questions for Margaret on this project? Go ahead, Denise.
Is the program focused more on enforcement than education? Can you explain a bit?
No, I would say that there is a heavily weighted amount of time on education. We are seeing increasing numbers of new recreation enthusiasts in the forest across the entire landscape for motorized and non-motorized, as well as camping in the campground. So we spend a considerable amount of time educating the public on safe and sustainable recreation.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denise. Any other questions for Margaret on this project? Holly.
Hi, Margaret. I'm Holly English with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Hi. I was looking at your non-government contributions, and it says you have $84,000 in match. It's impressive. How is that distributed between the campground hosts and the user group hours?
That's a great question. We separate our campground hosts between another grant that I have applied for. We've got currently at our campground, we have 2 hosts in one campground, and another campground, we typically have 2 hosts as well. So each one of them provides hours for volunteerism. And then we've partnered with several very large user group organizations that will come out and do massive cleanups at our shooting pits and also throughout the forest for multiple sites of trash pickup. And I would say there were about 45 people for an entire 8-hour day just in this last year for one day. So those hours really add up quite quickly, compounded over multiple days throughout 2 years.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Holly. Denise, do you have another question or is that leftover hand? Okay. Any other questions for Margaret? All right, Margaret, I am seeing none. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any additional projects this afternoon?
I do. I have the next two.
Fantastic. Okay, we'll just roll right with it. So the next one is Capital State Forest non-motorized trail and facility maintenance project number 24-2246. Margaret, go right ahead.
Right. Thank you, Margaret, once again with Capital State Forest. And this grant that I am applying for is for our non-motorized trail and facility maintenance. This will cover one position to spearhead work throughout our 90 miles of non-motorized trails, supervising also a WCC crew, as well as a few trailheads. So the primary focus is to make our trails sustainable and safe for all of our users.
Great.
And I probably messed up. There's so many miles of trails. We have 82 miles of non-motorized trails.
All right, impressive. All right, thank you so much, Margaret. Any questions? John, go right ahead.
Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to raise my hand.
I saw you take yourself off mute.
Hey, Margaret, I'm just curious. I'm looking at the amount of users that these grants will, the last one as well as yours, this current one, you're showing 250,000 people. How is that count done?
That count was taken from our Earth Economics cell phone data, and I averaged it over the last few years. So that came straight from Earth Economics of cell phone data. We also have newly purchased traffic counters that we'll be installing throughout various locations to get an accurate car count. But the cell phone data is what we got from Earth Economics.
Okay, well, I know that Capital Forest specifically, 12 months out of the year, it just gets hammered with people.
Yes.
So the numbers don't shock me as much as it just all the grant applications kind of have the same number. So I was just kind of curious. We know that lowland, non-snowed in, 12 months out of the year recreation is going crazy. So anyway, Margaret, thank you. And thanks for all the work of putting this together.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Brandon, go right ahead.
Hi, Margaret. Brandon Lester. I'm here representing the mountain bike community. I just had a quick question on, so for the staffing that you've mentioned in this application, I see equipment operator noted numerous times. I'm curious what kind of equipment they're operating. Is this like for a mini excavator to work on trails or something else?
Yes, Kevin is our equipment operator, and he primarily uses a mini excavator for trail maintenance. And if the trail is too steep, he utilizes hand tools.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Brandon. Larissa.
I'm curious for the paid staffing, is this going to cover like chunks of multiple positions, or is it like one primary position that labor is covering?
The cost is for the full-time staff, the primary staff member. And then we have grant match dollars with either myself and then my maintenance foreman for supervision.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Larissa. Any more questions for Margaret on this project? All right, I am seeing none, so we will go ahead and move on to the next project, which is the Capitol Forest ORV Trail and Facility Maintenance Project number 24-2247. And Margaret, go right ahead.
Excellent. Well, thank you. This is our third grant for the ORV Trail and Facility Maintenance Grant. With funding for this project, it will fund a full-time employee who will primarily be covering 94 miles of trails, 1 campground, and 2 motorized trailheads over the next 2 years. Their job will be to maintain the safety and the sustainability of trails, work alongside user groups and WCC crews and volunteer crews to keep trails maintained. Happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you, Margaret. All right, any questions for Margaret on this project? Go ahead, John.
Well, Margaret, it seems nobody else is jumping in. You must have done a heck of a good job on your grant request. But again, I'll just reiterate what I just said a minute ago. Thanks for all the work you did on it, and best of luck on getting funding. It'll be a worthy project for sure. Oh, looks like we got another person raising his hand.
Thank you so much, John. Trip, go right ahead.
Well, I felt like John was taunting us. Somebody had to ask a question.
I'm ready.
Trip Williams, I'm representing the hiking community. This actually sort of bridges back to the first education and enforcement. I think I saw the text on that specific application, but I imagine it branches over to the following ones as well. But there's a mention of unique challenges at the site, things like vandalism, 911 calls. I'm just wondering if you have any data on the frequency of those sorts of incidents. Like that could probably be said of any given facility across the state. I'm just curious how you consider or classify it as uniquely challenging to your site, if you have any data on that.
That would be something that I would need to get back to you on with the wardens and the actual figures. But I'd be more than happy to get back to you on that.
Yeah, fair enough. Even just anecdotes. I mean, do you feel like, yeah, can you just give me like a sense anecdotally of, is it something that happens every day? Is it every week?
It's weekly. We are having trash dumps at various sites. We are having multiple times per week. We've got vandalism in the restrooms, I would say once or twice a week. Damage to restrooms, probably like heavy damage to restrooms is once a month, where we're having to replace toilet seats. Graffiti has been a problem nearly every week, and it ebbs and flows with the season. It seems that in the springtime it's going to pick up, and then it kind of calms down a little bit. 4th of July, it comes back on with a lot more vandalism, a lot of trash dumping, and so I'd be happy to get actual figures if you like.
That helps answer. Thanks, Margaret.
Thank you very much, Trip. Oh, kind of hurts my heart, Margaret, to hear that.
It's challenging, but the grant funds that we receive help us be able to respond to that. So we're incredibly grateful.
Great, great. Any other questions for Margaret on this project? All right, I see none. Margaret, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Okay, next up, we have Department of Natural Resources, their Pacific Cascade Motorized Maintenance Project, number 24-2383. I saw Sean Callahan turn on his camera. So Sean, you must be the one fielding questions from the advisory committee members today.
Yes, I am.
Great. So I'm going to go ahead and keep track of time here. We've got 10 minutes set aside. If you want to spend about the first 30 seconds, just introduce yourself to the advisory committee members, and then just briefly describe the project that you're requesting funding for, and then we'll turn it over to them for questions.
Okay, sounds good. My name's Sean Callahan. I'm the recreation manager for the Pacific Cascade region, which is basically all of Southwest Washington. This grant will go towards maintaining 32 miles of our motorized trail system, which covers ATVs, dirt bikes, and 4x4s.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sean. Any questions for Sean on this project? Questions or any scope clarification needs? Must have done a very good job on the application.
Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
Well, again, I don't have, I feel like I'm just asking questions to ask questions here. And it looks like Nicole's gonna ask one too, but appreciate the doing the grant application, but for 38 miles, I don't see the matrix of what price per mile, and I'm assuming you're using mini excavators on this trail. Am I guessing or is it true?
No, yeah, we have several excavators we use of various sizes.
So 38 miles though is a pretty accurate number. Isn't there some structures involved?
It's 32 miles, but yes, we don't have any structures that we're currently needing to replace. So it's more of just the basic cleaning. So there's not really structures on the bridges. We also are maintaining out of this grant the trailheads, which is the restrooms. There's several restrooms that we'll be cleaning and maintaining as well as the trailheads themselves, which the Jones Creek Trailhead is kind of the gateway into our Yaqualt Burn Forest. So essentially all our motorized visitors enter through this system and then kind of disperse throughout the trail system.
You know, it's been so many years since I've been over there, but my recollection is you have a lot of wetland issues. Am I getting the wrong trail?
I've not really run into any wetland issues. We have creek crossings, but we don't have any really wetland issues that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, again, too many trails in the state. We got to get it down to just one, right? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Thank you much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, John. Nicole, go right ahead.
My question is, let's see, is this just, so this is just basic trail maintenance and not like doing any main trail repairs? Correct?
Well, we kind of view them as one and the same, as like from basic maintenance to more heavy maintenance, rutting, erosion issues, basic drainage, that kind of stuff.
And do you have a backlog of maintenance to be done from years prior, or are you pretty caught up?
We're getting close to being caught up. We still have some farther in areas that are more of an issue to get to. So it takes us a little longer just mobilizing equipment, getting them farther in there, and then hauling them out each day because we have such vandalism issues out there. We don't feel comfortable leaving anything in the field because other organizations have had issues with stolen excavators in the past on our landscape. So it makes it tough. It's a little slower and takes us a little bit longer, but we're fairly caught up on the backlog stuff. And it's just, especially the 4x4 trails, they get such heavy use that it's almost like a yearly thing that you need to do this almost major regrading on some of the trails.
Okay. All right. And then I see you have education coming up next, so I will save questions for that then. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on this project before we move on to the next? Okay, I am seeing none. So Sean, I believe you have the next one as well.
Yes.
Great. So we'll go ahead and move on to that one. And for evaluators, this is DNR's PC Region Education and Enforcement Project number 24-2248. And Sean, go right ahead.
Yeah, again, Sean Callahan, PC Rec Manager. We are applying for the Education Enforcement Grant so we can fund our warden who patrols all of PC Region. Yeah, that's the majority of the grant.
Great. Thank you so much, Sean. Nicole, did you have a question on this project you wanted to ask?
I do kind of want to ask, are you able to write tickets And if so, how many and what are they for?
Me personally or the
No,
warden?
your enforcement officer.
Yes, he does write tickets. That's kind of a last resort effort for him. We focus more on the education side of things, so we try and get him to comply that way. And like, they'll give him a warning for the Discover Pass violation and give him a grace period of like 24 hours, I believe, to provide evidence of having the Discover Pass. So if they don't, that's usually results in them writing tickets. I don't have the actual numbers of how many tickets he writes a year in front of me.
Fair enough. Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much, Nicole. Go ahead, Denise, and then Holly.
Question 4, can you provide more detail on how the warden will interact with the Nova users?
Yeah, I mean, he patrols all our Nova accessible sites on a daily basis. So anywhere from equestrian users to dirt bike riders, just in giving them the general regulation overview to maps of the trail system to camping recommendations.
Okay, is education before enforcement when you
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
I think we're seeing a trend here, the emphasis on education.
Yep.
Thank you, Denise. Holly, go right ahead.
Hi, Sean. I'm Holly from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I thought it was unique that you included a survey and provided some data on the survey 123, where you made 16,000 public contacts. I'm just wondering if you could highlight how the survey results inform this grant application.
So basically, we take that data and show active engagement with the public versus just driving by and waving at them. So that's kind of one of the ways our warden tracks how he interacts with the public. So it's not necessarily him writing tickets. It could just be a, hey, there's a campground down the road instead of this gravel pit you can camp in kind of thing.
I see. So it wasn't asking the public about priorities in terms of what they want to see.
No, it's just, it's called Survey 123, but it's not an actual survey. It's more of a system for him to track his interactions and comings and goings in the forest.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, it's great that you have a number for the number of contacts that your officers make. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
He's
John?
getting picked up pretty quick on it.
Hey, Sean, you had mentioned the problems with vandalism. A little bit diverse from just this grant application, but general curiosity, do you see any way of slowing down the vandalism that you're experiencing?
That's the $1 million question right there. I don't have a good answer for that because it changes on almost a weekly basis what we're seeing. It's garbage dumps to graffiti to people shooting up our outhouses, and it kind of comes and goes with the seasons as well. Like when it starts getting really high snow elevations, people are pushed down lower, so those sites are getting a little hit more hard. And then in the summertime, people are making their way higher up into the high country. So we also lost the large correction facility, which is in the heart of the Yacolt Burn Forest. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that area, but there's a decrease in the amount of basically staff coming and going. So that was a huge loss for us. And it kind of opened up the floodgates for people coming into the forest and doing those negative behaviors. And a lot of it, unfortunately, is happening after hours, and we just don't have the staff to be there 24/7.
Well, again, the reason I asked is obviously it's happening everywhere, but it seems like DNR really gets hammered in some of these low elevation sites. And I'm just curious if you had the magic formula that we could, sprinkle around the rest of the state for everybody. But no, it's just defies imagination.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, the only way to truly stop it is to completely gate off the forest, and then there's really no need for it. So but then all our gates are getting vandalism. So it's, you just can't win, unfortunately.
No, and unfortunately, a lot of private landholders like Weyerhaeuser,
Mhm.
they did gate and just said the heck with it. We're not going to keep fighting this. So, okay,
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
I'll hop off.
Thanks so much, John. Kathy, go right ahead.
Yes. Hi, Sean. And
Hello.
kind of a follow-on question is, and I can assume this would occur, but the vandalism, does that typically happen over the weekend evenings, like specifically Friday and Saturday nights?
Not necessarily. We run into it in the middle of the work week as well. So I've not been able to pin down like a specific time frame that things usually happen. A lot of it does happen on weekends, but a lot of it also happens after work during the work week because we're so close to the Vancouver metropolitan Portland area. We get a lot of people coming up 3:30 on up until midnight. So
Got it. Gosh, I was hoping there'd be like a window of time where you can get more of a presence out to some of the worst vandalized areas.
yeah,
But,
so within our region, we only have 2 law enforcement officers, and like I said, we cover all of Southwest Washington, so that's a huge area for essentially 3 education and enforcement, 2 law enforcement officers to totally cover. So you just got to be in the right place at the right time, unfortunately.
It's a challenge.
It is a
Okay.
very big challenge.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Kathy. Any other questions from Sean on this project? All right, Sean, I am seeing none. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
All right, and so we're scheduled for a break right now, but I think we're going to go ahead, if everybody's okay with it, we're just going to go ahead and move along through the schedule because I think our applicants are here.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can get done earlier. So, Sean, is it you or Margaret that's presenting the Capitol and Yakult State Forest Facility M&O?
I'm presenting, but Margaret's here to assist me with her answers for her side of things.
Fantastic. Okay, so for evaluators, this is the project that's scheduled for 1:55 p.m. So this is project number 24-2244. And Sean or Margaret, whoever wants to take lead on just briefing the evaluators on this project, and then we'll turn it over to them for questions.
I'll take the lead on this since I wrote the grant. So this is a combined maintenance and operation for our facilities, campgrounds, day use areas that are outside of those my motorized and Margaret's motorized grants as well. So this is going to cover all our campgrounds and a lot of our trailheads and day use areas.
Great. Thank you so much. Margaret, if there's anything you'd like to add, feel free.
I will add that we have a unique site that is included, the McLean Forest, with additional trail maintenance as well as facility maintenance within Capitol State Forest.
Great. Thank you both so much. Any questions for Sean or Margaret? Sam?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you guys could touch on, why it's a better strategy to have a combined cleaning contract for outhouses. Like, why is that more cost effective?
So we actually down here in PC region, we don't have an outhouse contract currently. We are having our staff do it. I know Margaret is going for a contract though.
Yes, I am currently looking at several different state contractors to come out to Capitol State Forest and take on the janitorial contracts of our 15 toilets that we need cleaned.
And that's mostly because it's just more cost effective than having some of your trail crew or field staff do that work. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. This way our trail crew, our E&E, myself and my maintenance supervisor are able to do what we need to do rather than spend time on the restrooms. We are doing that in a pinch until we find our contracted agency, but this has worked for us before. We are happy to partner, and it's been a really good partnership the last few years between PC and Capitol.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Sam. Go ahead, Trip.
Yeah, the Trip Williams representing the hiking community, and I'm hoping you might indulge me for a minute. I'm asking a bit of a leading question, but we heard some interesting data yesterday on the cost to replace a toilet facility. So I just wanted to know if like, let's say one of these facilities falls into disrepair, what's the estimate for how much it costs to replace one of those facilities? I'm just curious what you've seen in your latest data.
Sean, do you want to answer that or do you want me to?
I haven't had to replace a CXT recently. We've done a lot of repairs to them. I've replaced a couple of smaller wooden outhouses, but none of the major concrete facilities. I don't know. Have you done that recently, Margaret?
No, but I have not replaced one, although I have priced it out. If something was damaged and it's a dual side by side, it would probably with permits cost up to 200 with the labor, the planning, the permitting, depending on where the toilet is, having shipping the structure into the forest. CXTs have gone up incredibly high in price. So
$100,000. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
a
a
lot.
mind, that is concurrent with what we heard. I just wanted, it's helpful extra data point. It is mind blowing to me.
It's ridiculous. And so just kind of further illustrates the need to really stay on top of the maintenance and really hammer out those sites on a weekly basis, a daily basis to keep them in ship shape.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Pretty mind-boggling, huh, Trip? Yeah. All right. Any other questions for Margaret and or Sean on this project? All right. I am seeing none. Thank you both so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So long as we have our next presenter here, I think we're just going to go ahead and continue. So this is DNR Southeast Region Maintenance and Operations North Project, which is number 24-2375. And who from DNR will be fielding questions on this one? I see Mike, who just popped on your camera. Hello. Thanks for being here. All right. So Mike, we have 10 minutes set aside for this project. And if you want to just introduce yourself to the advisory committee and then just spend about 30 seconds letting them know what this project does, and then we'll turn it over to them for questions.
Okay, sounds good. My name is Mike Williams. I'm the recreation specialist at a Southeast Region in Ellensburg, Washington. And I am presenting the Southeast Maintenance and Operations North grant application today. So the Department of Natural Resources will use this grant to conduct routine maintenance on campgrounds, facilities, and DNR land blocks within Kittitas, Chelan, and Grant counties. The project will provide funding for staff, equipment, and materials to support general maintenance across the northern part of DNR Southeast Region. Maintenance activities will include the routine maintenance of 21 vault toilets, 187 campsites, 6 day use areas / trailheads, and dispersed recreation areas over 3 major DNR land blocks. Additional grant funds will be used for the purchase of small tools, minor equipment, and maintenance supplies. The primary recreational opportunity provided by this project will be safe and sustainable multiple use recreation supported facilities.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mike. Any questions for Mike on this project? Questions or clarification on scope needs? Go ahead, Denise.
Under the need, who will be doing the work, the cleaning of the bathroom? Will there be hires, seasonal hires?
No, it'd be the position funded by this grant.
Okay.
So currently we have an individual named Jared Whaley. He's in his second year with us, and he will continue to do all the maintenance of the CXTs and campgrounds.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Mike, I'm just looking at the our sheet on the amount of users that this will support, and I'm just curious how you came to those numbers. It looks like upwards of $250,000 people.
Yeah, that's based upon traffic counter data at all of our entrances to our major blocks of land. And also we have traffic counters at all of our sites. And that's an average of 3.4 people per vehicle count.
Well, and of course, the numbers don't seem to be going down, so next year will be more, I assume. So, okay, I was just curious. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any more questions for Mike on this project? All right, I am seeing none, so I think we will just go ahead and roll on to the next project. Mike, are you doing the Autanum ORV facilities project?
No, that would be Jeff Jones.
Jeff, okay. Well, Mike, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for your time, everyone. Thanks.
All right, so we're going to move on to DNR's Autanum ORV facilities and trail maintenance project. And this is number 24-2301. Let's see. Do we have our presenter here?
I'm here.
There you are. Hello, Jeff. Very
Hello.
good to see you.
Yeah,
Welcome.
good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, Jeff, if you want to just take about the first 30 seconds to introduce yourself to the evaluators, and then just briefly let them know what this project is, and then we'll turn it over to them to ask you questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Jeff Jones. I'm the recreation specialist for Yakima County for Southeast Region, DNR. And my primary responsibility does lie with the Autanum State Forest. And I'm entering my 13th year there. So I've been at it a while. The Department of Natural Resources is going to use this grant, as we always had, to perform over 42 miles of maintenance on ORV trails, 12 campgrounds, 4 trailheads, 92 campsites, 16 vault toilets, and to make repairs to kiosks, picnic tables, fire rings, campsite maintenance, and trail maintenance, brushing, dipping, those things, litter pickup, cleaning of our CXTs, and coordinating with our volunteers. This grant provides us the opportunity to continue maintenance. It funds 1 employee that does the maintenance for the Autanum State Forest. And it provides much support for safe and sustainable ORV recreation.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Any questions? Go right ahead, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole and I represent Motorized. Do you have seasonal closures in this area?
Yes, we do. We close because of snowmobile activities. Our trailheads become snow parks from December 15th to April 1st. So there are 67 miles of groomed trail that is off limits during that time. However, we have a large area in the Cowiche Basin that gets a lot of use for ORVs and a snow wheeling, as it's called.
And so for the snow wheeling, you have gates that are open and accessible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Any more questions for Jeff?
Yeah, could I ask a quick one? Hi, Jeff. Tripp Williams, representing the hiking community. Just wondered if you could add a little bit more color to the public support. I saw in your response there's mention of significant volunteer support and positive local media coverage. If you could just offer a bit more color commentary on sort of public support you're receiving.
Yeah, COVID really hit us hard for volunteers and people were upset about the closures and those types of things. And we've worked very hard with our local volunteers, our local groups, to get that volunteer support, get that support for decision making on opening roads or adding green dot or trail maintenance, those types of things. I'm going to be leaving here this afternoon and going to a public meeting where we're going to be getting public input on our Green Dot Road system, which is a really big deal in the Antietam State Forest. So we just been working real hard on the outreach side of it, Trip, if that makes sense.
Yep, that's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Trip. Any more questions for Jeff? And then it sounds like we can send Jeff on his way to go to a public meeting.
Well, thank you very much. I always appreciate it and always appreciate the support from RCO.
And thank you so much, Jeff. I had somebody here at RCO wanted me to give you some razzing, but I'll save that for another day.
It better not be that, Ashley.
Thank you so much for joining us, Jeff. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
thanks again.
All right. So if is everybody okay with just completing our next two projects? All right, let's do it. So we'll go ahead and move on to DNR's North Olympic Motorized Trail Maintenance Project. This is number 24-2316. And I see Justin popped on his camera. Hello, Justin.
Hello, you hear me all right?
Yes, we sure can. Welcome. Thanks for being here. If you want to spend about the first 30 seconds just introducing yourself to the evaluators and then giving them a brief description of the project, and then we'll turn it over to them to ask you some questions.
Okay, all right. Hello, everyone. I'm Justin Zarzesny. I'm the Recreation and Natural Areas Manager in the Olympic region for Washington Department of Natural Resources. This grant proposal, it's 24-2316. It seeks to get funding so we can continue to conduct maintenance on our Sadie Creek and Foothills trail systems. There's about 48 miles between the two of them. We have a campground at Sadie with 6 campsites. We have a CXT vault toilet at the Sadie trailhead. ADA amenities at Sadie include like a campsite and a off ORV loading ramp. We also have one of those at Foothills. The primary management objective is off-road vehicle recreation. We provide at Sadie 4x4 opportunities and quad and dirt bike. And then at Foothills, it's just the quads and the dirt bikes. So that's it in a nutshell.
Great. Thank you so much, Justin. Any questions for Justin? Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, I have a question on under the need. I was just curious what the lifespan of the fiberglass reinforced plastic that you're going to use for bridges that you mentioned you bought. Just some information, if you could.
Yeah. They're generally, I want to say they say 50 years. I think they last longer than that. I have never put one into any of our facilities, but DNR and other regions we're using them in several different areas. The style we're building is an underslung truss, so the superstructure of it won't require railing, so we can put a wooden railing on there in the event that there's a tree strike. So we're hoping that'll make it last even longer.
Okay. Is the goal to use that instead of when you do repair replacement wood bridges because of the extended lifespan?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, our older wooden bridges, they've lasted a while, but they have creosote preservative on them.
Okay.
So steel would be the other option, and it's just a little costlier to get helicopters to bring those in.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Denise. Go ahead, Trip.
Sorry, yeah, my internet went out for a minute. I just wanted to confirm that the user number, it says 30,000. That's still your best guess of what's going on out there?
At both sites, yeah.
Okay.
Collectively, yeah.
And then also a word of caution. We've been learning that these CXT toilets are basically the new Bitcoin. So guard those heavily as you go into the season. I've been astounded to learn how much it costs to replace those. So
yeah. Thanks for the tip. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're well aware, but it's front of mind for me. So
Thank you, Trip. Any other questions for Justin on this project? And Justin, how do you pronounce your last name?
I say Zarzezny. I don't think that's accurate, but that's how I say it.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Yeah.
All right. Any last questions for Justin? All right. I am seeing none, so we'll move on to the next project. Justin, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Next up is DNR's Tahuya 4x4 Trails Maintenance and Operation Project number 24-2281. And who at DNR do we have for this project?
Pete Allen, DNR, Hood Canal
Hi.
District Rec Manager. How you doing?
Hello, Pete. Welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to be
All
back.
right. Yeah, back at it. All right. So if you want to just give a brief description to the advisory committee members about this project, and then we'll hand it over to them to ask you questions.
Certainly, there's much I'd like to say, but I'll keep it brief. This is primary 4x4 that's open year round, one of the only 4x4 facilities that's open year round in the state, and really the only one in Western Washington. This will continue the legacy of maintaining these built features, trailheads, the campground associated with it, as well as the 16 miles of primary 4x4 and UTV trail that's built and hardened at this point. So the primary goal here is to continue to support safe and sustainable year-round 4x4 and UTV recreation. This brings a lot of money to the local economies as well. This project will fund about 40% of the salaries for our maintenance and operations crew of 3 people, combined with the other couple grants we've asked for that covers their salaries. It also covers some rock and wood materials that we need, some eco blocks, major equipment rental costs, as well as some of the maintenance and operation of some of the core pieces of equipment, skid steer loader, a larger larger mini excavator, and a trailer and a tow truck that are the core pieces of equipment that's used here. Usage data is around 124,000 is our best guess. That's about 25% of the usage we see in Tahuya State Forest annually. Very popular spot. So primary match on this will be force account labor and a bunch of volunteer support from several 4x4 clubs.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pete. Go ahead, Trip.
Hi, Pete. Trip Williams with the hiking community. Just looking at the cost benefit, I see the cost per mile a little over 6,000, and obviously that ranges depending upon use and location, but curious how this gets above the 6,000, like how it seems high. And is that because there's the additional material you mentioned, like eco blocks, or what drives that?
Well, these are full-size 4x4 like road systems. Basically, they're built and engineered, right? So much higher cost. I think a better way to look at this might be cost per user compared to other 4x4 destinations. I believe I included that there. I think that kind of
less than $1.
Yeah, it's a great value when we consider it at that level. And there's just high costs. We're constantly working to reconfigure some of the features. There's a lot of built features out there that are destinations for people. If you were to go to the Midwest, for instance, one of the places people would know about in Western Washington is Tahuya State Forest. So we have built these systems with in the 4x4 and UTV communities. A lot of what happens is you have some people that have very expensive, high-powered rigs. So there's engineered features that are serious challenges for those folks that we're reconfiguring to keep it entertaining and keep people in that pocket, as I say, right? And off of other roads and going around gates and in and out of wetlands. So we want to keep them entertained there, and then we rebuild what we call mollies, right? So the dips have to be rebuilt every year or two on the sections that aren't built with big rock. Does that make sense? So we have to rent equipment. One of the things that has become more expensive in the last few years is the equipment rental. The larger equipment that we need for this is much more expensive. A lot of that is being driven by transportation costs. So That has become increasingly expensive. Also, the CXT, we're putting in with hard funds another CXT to support the usage there. We are way under capacity. I was entertained by your conversation, and I've had to go back and find more funding twice for the current CXT and cut some options out of it that we're putting in there. The total for the scaled back CXT, just the cost of the building is around 72,000, I believe. I don't have that in front of me. The one I put in on Green Mountain was the same size with an extra utility locker on it, was 30,000 a couple of years ago. So this is a reality. And I think I heard Margaret talk about the need to maintain those has become stark, right? It's become compelling. Also, permitting is much more difficult in some of the rural counties. They're being treated like full sewer systems, or development projects, not just as like a vault toilet system. So that's gotten the planning costs have also increased significantly in most of our rural Western Washington counties. So
Got it. Thank you, Pete.
more than you
Helpful.
asked. That's it.
No, helpful. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Trip. Good clarification, Pete. Nicole, go right ahead.
Hi, Nicole with Motorized. I just wanted to expand on Trip's question. This is Tahuya is really the only area that we send full-size vehicles or brand new people to the sport. It's a great learning area. So this is a great grant and it's written really well. So thanks, Pete. I really appreciate your efforts.
Thanks, Nicole. We thank you very much. Hey, the other thing I was going to say, I think I want to mention to Trip, but I had a lot to say and I was trying to cut it short, is we've built Tahuya so that there are bypasses. So we have people with high powered rigs out there and people who are newer to the sport or have less capable vehicles or less funds. It allows them to come out and enjoy their favorite sport. And there's little spectator areas and bypasses. So they can go bypass and they can hang out and watch their friends do their thing, right? So again, it's kind of creating a community there rather than a destination for someone with a high powered vehicle. It's kind of it's not a written management goal, but that's our goal. We want people of all skill levels and ability levels and, to be able to come and safely recreate and enjoy that experience. So like we'll see probably 1,000 vehicles, full-size vehicles, on the weekend, this weekend, for instance, per day. So it's pretty busy.
And you're also the only one that has a 90 width.
Yes.
So no other ORV park, everything is, I believe it's 80 or less. So you're really the only one that has that width allowance.
It's signed at 84, but we've built to 90. Exactly. You got it, Nicole. So for the bigger rigs.
Great. Thank you so much, Nicole. All right. Any other questions for Pete? All right. I see none. Nicole, I'm assuming that's a leftover hand. Okay. All right. I am seeing no last questions for you, Pete. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate the support.
Thank you and take care. All right. So that was our last project for Q&As. You've been watching the third and final day of the 2025 evaluations. Trip, go right ahead.
Sorry, before we wrap, I wondered, Karen, if I can ask the group. I missed I had some internet issues and some critical work meetings, so I had to pop out. So there was one that I missed that I had a question for. Can I ask the group if this question came up on a previous Q&A?
Yes.
So this was 24-2765, the Natchez Wilderness Ranger E&E grant application. And I just wanted to know if anybody had asked. The grant's asking for additional rangers. There's a comment in the application around the rise of more users whose first language isn't English. And I just wanted to know if anybody had asked if there's a plan to include Spanish speaking rangers if they get, okay, that didn't come up, I'm seeing.
There was not that question, Trip.
Okay.
I may be able to get in touch with the applicant and get clarification on that. Nicole, you go right ahead.
So I'm fairly familiar with this ranger district and Janie who presented, and I do believe they do have someone on staff that does speak Spanish.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Great. All right. All right, so you've been watching the third and final day of the 2025 evaluations for the non-highway and off-road vehicle activities program. We are finished with evaluations where local, state, and federal agencies, nonprofit off-road vehicle organizations, and a special purpose district have answered evaluator questions for project proposals for funding to develop and manage recreation opportunities in Washington State, along with funds for education and enforcement programs that encourage responsible use of the outdoors. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and our grants available in Washington State, please visit us on our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And thank you so much for joining us. All right.